Good morning, or good evening, and everything in between. So today, the interaction implementation will continue to be implemented. Yesterday, it was a lot of back and forth. I didn't really have a clear picture of exactly how to implement it or to move forward. But during or towards the end of the stream, I think we arrived at a pretty good solution, which is the one I'm going to continue with. And it's pretty much this, so I just need to go through it once again, see where we at. So input handler, a class that handles all the input. I know that you could let each component do this these days, but I chose to go this route anyway. Good morning, Faringas Petty Soul Gem. Such a long name. So what time is it at your place right now? I'm trying to remember if you have told me or not. But good morning anyway. How are you doing today? So in this component, this one has something called focus event. Focus event is an event which components can subscribe to. This one is a singleton, so it's available from anywhere. And it gets triggered when a focus game object is set, as long as it's not null. And it gets set in update. So in every frame, we first of all hide the focused game object if it has a information displayer. Then we send a raycast, and whatever we hit, we try to set that as focused game object. And then we trigger focus event with the focused game object as an argument. And this is extremely nice because now every component in the game world that needs to care about focused objects can easily access it. 5 p.m. here in Korea. Okay, Korea, nice. So the idea is then that a component called playable entity subscribes to this event and parses it in its own way. And for this one, it takes all the so it takes the focused game object, tries to get every component on that object that implements interactable, i.e. is something that an entity can interact with. Then we debug log it for now. And that's pretty much all we do. So the idea today is I would like to be able to fetch all of these, display them on screen for the players as options, and then, so for instance, if we get consume and pick up as options here, it should be displayed to the character as if click the keyboard button 1 or the gamepad west button to consume, press keyboard button 2 or gamepad button east to pick up, basically. So a dynamic UI which only shows, like, when we focus different object, it will show the options per that object. Right. That's the plan, at least. But yesterday I thought about this component playable entity a little bit, and I'm thinking of doing something like, let's see here, playable entity. I wonder if I want to do folder empty entities and just move creature and character entities. Actually, for now, maybe in the future. The idea is also to get this player movement, just like make it a bit more generic so it can be used for creatures as well. But anyway, let's move playable entity here at least, because then I also want to implement entity. Okay. So the idea is that we have entities in the game world, entity, and we have playable entities in the game world. Playable entity should probably, let's see here, entity, mono behavior, playable entity, entity. Is there anything here? Attribute can probably be moved here. Interactors as well, I think, if it's going to be implemented this way, but I think so. Yeah, and the way we're gonna do this is focus game object. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing actually doing it like this. Let's copy it. So focus game object, it's actually going to be public and it's going to be virtual. And for now, we're just gonna do debug Beard or die, what's up, how are you doing today? I learned two things this week. One is a quote: developers are drawn to complexity like moths to a flame, often with the same result. Probably true. Like the quote. Yagni, you ain't gonna need it. But I am. Public override void focus game object. I think I want to do base.focus game object first. So the idea is like entity here, focus game object, and entity should be able to focus a game object. For non-playable entities, focusing a game object might just be like rotating the eyes so that they look on the object in question and things like that. But for playable entity, it's going to mean a hell of a lot more. Yeah, beard or die. I know. It was just a little joke I did. But I mean, you ain't gonna need it. It's definitely helpful to remember. Like I know so many times I've implemented something which in a complex way that I didn't even need in the end. You know how it is. So as can be seen by these scribbles here, yesterday I was thinking of implementing it like this, but I don't know, maybe is this necessary? Alright, beard or die, thank you. I will try, and sleep well. don't know if I need... Playable entity. Something like this would be nice though. Interactable. Interactor. Maybe. Let's go down that route and see where it end up. Is it possible to, let's see here, could I do, oops, I'm a little bit skeptical to this, but could I do, for instance, void interact could I do this and do something like, I don't know. Could I do has body part offset hide? Gonna have to do some ugly casting here, which I would like to avoid. Not entirely sure how I would go about doing that though. Right with cast so we can see what to improve. Yes, let's do it. Good morning, by the way. Okay, so let's go to entity, and entity is going to have something like this. So we do interactors. Not too sure about this just yet, but where do we have interactor? Interactor type. Body definition, interactor. Ooh. Interactor type. So body definition. For interactor, it's probably going to be an array, because body definition, I think, will also support oh yeah. I do want to support cannibalism, definitely. Maybe not human on human, but creature on creature. Okay, something like this, and then in entity, attribute handler, ooh, it's gonna be an additional for each here. Yeah. And here we're definitely gonna have to go with list. Interactors, yeah. For each interactor, interact, interactor type. Maybe not the best name, but let's go. For each interaction type in interactor dot interactor type. Instantiating like this doesn't instantiate the list, right? So we're gonna have to do let me just double check this. C#. Oh wow. I don't know about this search. Actually, let's do it like this. If interactors dot contains key interaction type, or it's going to be if it doesn't contain it, What's up, Cypher? Hope you're ready for some struggles today as well. Because that's probably what we will do. Good luck on the daily, Calvino. Struggle is my middle name. Let's go. Interactors, interaction type dot add interactor. Okay. Bam. So entity on awake, this one gets all the components that implements interactor, and it structures them into a dictionary like this, which we can hopefully use later down or later on. Maybe even here. Oh, actually, when I think about it, private, let's go with protected. Protected. Start. Okay. So what we could do here actually is, so here we have a list of the interactions this object allows for. From entity, we should be able to get a list of interaction types this entity can perform, and then we can just filter this list. So we only have interactions that are possible. But so in this case we have body definition supports pickup and consume. Body definition, this should more be named like body or something. Body controller, body. But anyway, so the only thing I'm not too fond of right now is when we eventually do the interaction. So like entity, public virtual focused game object, public virtual void interact. What's up, Uli Dev? How are you doing today? So when we eventually do interact, let's see. And then we do, we have interactable, so then we probably do something like this. If we're gonna do this a lot, so let's do does support, does can perform interaction. Interaction type. And here we just return interactors dot contains key interaction type, but probably with a can perform interaction. Looks a little bit ugly maybe having this already here, but yeah, whatever. Simple stuff today. I'm editing a PDF generation in Java. Oh, I remember doing something pretty much exactly the same. I love implementing various parsing stuff. It's very soothing to me. Okay, so when we do actually interact, it's going to be something like this. If does support or can perform interaction, interactable dot interaction type. If it can't perform this one, just exit early. But if it can, for each, or I do like my link calls, so although yeah, so interact one sec. I always forget what the fuck. Resume browsing. For each, oh yeah, but maybe I should just take the step and actually what is it called? Extend this one. Wow. What? But that would probably be nice. So it would look something like, let's see if this works, or if I have access to this in this version. Interactors, interactable, interaction type. So this one returns a list for each. Okay, beautiful. And then anonymous. So interactor I.interact with interactable. Doing it like this means that the interactor itself needs to handle it. But this also means Norin Dev, how are you doing today? What are you working on? I'm working on a sort of a creature collecting game, much like the old game Viva Pinata. And more specifically, today I'm doing my best at trying to implement a interaction system in the game. So body definition I interactor, if we do consume here, this is probably where we want to do the consume animation and stuff like that. But then I wonder if the attribute handler should have consume as well. So attribute handle, maybe not. But the idea is that this entity keeps track of each of the different interactions, much like the attribute handler keeps track of the different attributes. And then when interact is chosen, so interact on this interactable, then we just send it. We take all interactors that can interact with this interaction type and we send the interactable to those. And then they will do what they want with it, basically. Maybe. body attributes, so this is probably like weight and stuff like that. Body attributes. Age, energy, saturation, hydration. You will have one type of interaction for specific object or multiple possible interactions. Yeah, that's just the thing. So there will be multiple possible interactions, and the possible interactions will depend on both the object that is to be interacted with and the object that will interact with. So for instance, this playable character here might focus on this apple, and for the apple right now, the two example interactions we've been working with are pick up and consume. So that's two interactions for an apple. But for instance, if we would have a creature here beside it, that would open up a few other interactions as well. So maybe pick up, maybe consume, but maybe also pet or play with or whatever. So it's all about implementing a very dynamic and generic, my go-to words, type of interaction system. And if we take a look at the consumables, so the pair, for instance, how you will be able to interact with this one is decided by the type of components on it. So for instance, consumable, this component pretty much says that this object is consumable, and consumable implements the interface interactable. So this will be one of the interactions, and the interaction it supports is this one. And then we have item instance on it, and right now this one doesn't support interactable, but it will. So for instance, let's see. Interaction type. Pickable, consumable. Actually want to do pickable. Actually, interaction type, it should probably be pick up, consume, collect. So item instance will also implement interactable, but the interaction type of this one will be collect. doesn't it now? I interactable. It needs to be like this. Okay. So now if we take a look at the pair, now the pair supports both consume and collect. And then we're probably going to have an additional component that supports pickup and so on. But let's see. So I'm pretty okay with how it's currently structured and implemented. Although it's this one, or actually it's let's see here, entity. It's this one, I think. So let's see that we call interactable on everything, and then it's going to be ugly. It's going to be so body implements interactor, so it's going to look something like this: interactable. If interactable dot interaction type is equal to, or could probably do switch interaction type case interaction type consume, do something, case interaction type pick up, do something. So these are the two ones that this one supports: pick up and consume. And so the only thing I don't like about this implementation currently is that we're gonna have to do something ugly like this. So consumable is equal to interactable as consumable. Not a big fan of this. And here it's going to be something pickup. That's not going to be possible to implement just yet, but yeah, you get it. That's probably going to be something like entity, or I don't know. Is it possible to avoid this? Probably is in some way, but I'm just gonna run and grab a cup of tea. Be right back, like 5 seconds. Okay, back. So if I would implement this in a correct way, I would be able to avoid this. The question is just how. And is it this as bad as I make it out to be? Maybe not. Interactable. Interact. So if I had an inventory handler or inventory controller or whatever you want to call it, that one would implement interactor with interactor type collect. Maybe. Fuck it, let's say we do it like this. So private consume, oops, private void consume consumable. Right, and what do we have? Consumable. Age attributes, taste attributes, attribute functions, consume. What do you call something that is about to or is getting consumed? Consumable, but like getting consumed. Because it's the body that consumes the consumable. But what does that make? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. In consumption, yeah, maybe. But now I'm thinking, let's see here. Interactor and interactable. I wonder if I can make this generic enough. So an interactable interaction type maybe. I might be able to make this generic enough actually. So interactable Okay. So I might be able to skip this one. Maybe. Because when the exchange between a consumer and a consumable happens, so the consumer wants to know what it tastes like, and it also wants to know like the taste related attributes. Let's see here, general attributes, taste related attributes, attribute modifiers. Let's take consumption. consumption or consumption. It's P. Okay, consumption related attributes. So what it tastes like and private attribute function effect attributes. So the consumer, when it consumes a consumable, it only cares about what it tastes like and how it affects it. And the consumable, when it's getting consumed by a consumer, it just cares about how fast are you consuming me, pretty much. So interactable. What I'm trying to get is are all interactions that will happen in my game, are they only attribute related? Or the consumption is, but I wouldn't say that the item instance is. I thought I was getting at something there. That's unfortunate. Like if we define additional things in interactor and interactable, we could still keep the consumption process sort of, or we could implement the consumption process without doing a cast like this, I think. But we could do pickup as well, because we don't need to know anything in pickup except for, I think it's, oops. Like this, I think. So both of these are fine without casting, I think, but the problem comes when we have a inventory handler and we're gonna start handling like item instances. Then we probably need, or do we? Maybe not. Because what I'm thinking of doing is, so interactor and interactable. Interactable, I want to add a function like maybe I should just do Fuck it, let's do with the casting for now, because okay, so consumable, consume. Age attribute. I want something like an attribute that says or relays information about how much of this one is left. Remainder balance. Not a big fan of amount attribute, but let's do it. Because when we consume this one, this is going to be lower and lower and lower. And because consuming something will be a process instead of instantaneously. So the consumer will apply attribute functions that lowers this one every second. And this one will apply effect attributes and taste attributes to the consumer. Yeah. I mean, I could do it extremely specific, so I don't even know if we need this function, to be honest. Still feels like I'm going back and forth here. Can't settle on a definite way to do this. It's like back to the drawing board. So I just need to scribble some things down here. Type of interactions. Pick up, consume, yeah, equip, collect, converse, it's like the systems work pretty well in isolation. It's just a bridge between them I'm trying to get right now. Interaction triggers, player input, and NPC AI, that's true. But let's do examples. Okay, so let's do a pickup, how that would look. So we have a interactable of interaction type pickup. And we have an entity that has a component of an entity that has a component interactor with type interaction type pickup. So the question is, so when it's pickup, entity basically wants to tell the component that handles the pickup, which in the current case is body. So entity wants to tell or entity just want to relay the information. Oh, fuck, this is a mess. Consume, collect. It's that tiny bridge, basically. Like, we can see here what types it supports, and it supports them, but like how to implement the actual interaction. This is probably a good approach. Consumable, interactable as consumable. Probably need a check as well, but yeah. Pick up Yeah, then it depends on body definition. Body definition is probably going to be so body definition is probably going to be no, this is just for living things. So I do need a, I think it's entity. So interaction type pickup entity. What do we have here? Okay, so pickup might as well just do it as game object. Game object for now. But later down the road, I would like to be able to check I would like to be able to check here, like how much does this weigh, and can whatever tries to interact with it actually lift such a heavy object. That's the idea, at least. Let's see here, body attributes, body parts. We're gonna do new dictionary. Would like to be able to set in the future how something should be lifted, but for now pickup will just do body, or actually game object dot pair transform dot parent. Yeah, this is going to suck with physics based objects, so that's why I need a different, that's why I need a, I can't just go with game object here. I actually need a component for this, because we're gonna disable physics and stuff like that. Entity, animate or present. Okay. Because then I'm thinking of having entity, animate entity, and playable entity. But Fuck it, let's do it. So entity. What's up, Star Platinum? Yes, I'm good. Struggling a bit today, but otherwise I'm fine. And you? How are you doing today? Entity, playable entity. Animate entity. And let's put it down here. Oops. Nice. I'm just continuing to develop the interaction system today. So entities won't have interactors. That's something that animate entities will have. Playable entity, animate entity. Yeah, I don't care about that one. So pretty much, let's see, awake. Can perform interaction. Yeah. Okay, so this one adds listeners, interact and so on. Interact, we're gonna do, let's remove that one for now. Focus game object. Yeah, might want to do this one in this one later on, but for now, let's keep it like this. So entity, private void awake, or private virtual void awake. An entity will always have a rigid body, I think. And entities themselves will be interactable. Pick up. So it all comes down to So entity defines the pickup interaction type. So like holding something. Although, for now. Animate entity also define the interactors, and playable entity just means that it will call a lot of these functions based on actual input instead of something else. But I don't know. Maybe. Okay, so the idea is interactable. If it's pickup, we do interactable as entity. And yeah, let's do the entity implementation first, or the pickup implementation first. Start with the easy one. And let's see here when we check. Pair prefab. Rigid body is kinematic. I guess is kinematic. I want to enable that one. Unity. Yeah, exactly. So when we pick it up, we want to disable the physics of it. Detect collisions as well. So I wonder if I should just do public. Enable physics, so rigid body. Because then when we do pickup, so interactable as entity, yeah, maybe do entity dot enable physics false, because we pick it up. We're going to start a lot of animations in here, but also want to set entity enable physics wonder if I want to do something like, let's see here, maybe. Reset transform, and we're gonna have rigid body private. Hard copy of transform unity. Yeah, so probably want to do it like vector 3 position, original local position, or I think I want to do something also like float weight, rigid body, mass. Okay, like this. So in body definition, when we pick it up, enable physics false dot reset transform. Why am I not getting an error here? I thought I had to have a default as well. That's weird. Okay. Am I okay with this sort of interaction? Or like the bridge between interactable and interaction looking something like this? Maybe. Okay, pickup, so entity, it's basically like class. Maybe. Okay, so now if we have pickup, we should be able to pick this one up. I also want to do playable entity. I think I want to focus game object, get components, order by, and to array. I'm gonna do that a little bit later. Note, or actually to do, filter based on possible interactions of the entity. Okay, so now on to the next question. So now we have a focus. We do get what interactions we can do to the object. I would like to display this as a user, like a UI panel, and then I would also like to be able to map invoke numbered event. Might want to rename this one. But so, like, we focus an object, we get the options we have, we select the option, and that interaction happens. Playable entity. Let's keep this one here for now. And primary action, secondary action, tertiary action, tertiary action. So pretty much just want to do tertiary. Thank you, Cypher. Appreciate it. Tertiary. primary, secondary, tertiary. Wow, nice. Yeah, probably just going to fetch these for now, I think. So it's going to be something like this. Playable entity. Let's just see if we can spawn a visual information here. I think we can quite easily. Create name text. Okay, let's make it a bit messy for now, but private visual information, interaction information. Do we have start somewhere else here? No. Do I want it in awake? Maybe I do. So private override void awake. And we need to go with protected as well. Base should call this one, and this one should call this one. It should be okay. Playable entity, interaction information is equal to create with default visuals. So it's just name and text. Gonna call it game object dot name. Text is going to be empty for now. Ooh, actually, I think I want focus game object. I want to call this one even though this one is null. That's actually a good thing. So right now we invoke it only if focus game object is not equal to null. But probably want to do it like okay, first of all, we never call this one if we don't get an object, so that's not good. Okay, let's do this first of all. Note focus game object is never called if what I want to do here, I want to call this one, so this one is a little bit redundant, but I just want to invoke focus event if I think I want to do it like this. If focused game object is not equal to new focused game object, I can probably, I'm a big fan of early access exits, so let's just do if focused game object is equal to new focused game object, i.e. it's the same object, then we just return. Otherwise, we set focus game object to new focus game object, and then we can just invoke this one. So now we only call this one, or this event only triggers when we have a change in focused game object. And basically what I want to do here then is, instead of debug logging it, I just want to populate interaction information with the correct information. Yeah. Okay, something like that, and then it's also a question of where do we want to place this one. So we're gonna do D Sabbath, what's up? How are you doing today? I'm having a nice day. You know, just trying to enjoy the struggles. Unscripted Logic, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope your stream went well. Shocking revelations. What do you mean by that? I don't know if you heard me the first time on Scripted Logic, but thank you so much for the raid. It's appreciated. Okay, so one problem here is focus game object. So I want to display Okay, I'm gonna change it once again. So I want to display this one, the system environment, or I mean the interaction information close to the object in question, the one we're going to interact with. Body definition. So input handler, focus game object. This one bool focused game object changed, maybe. Focus game object is not equal to new focused. I want to send invoke, but then we're gonna need additional parameters. Unscripted Logic, once again my once again my 3 brain cells cannot comprehend this code you have. I don't know if that says more about what kind of code I write or your brain cells. So today has involved a lot of struggles, and with struggles comes not so nice code, but you know. D Sabbath, enjoying the struggles of game dev too. Okay, nice. Nah. I don't think that. I don't buy that for 1 second. Unscripted Logic. Okay. Then I'm gonna have to send in focus game object changed, but then I'm gonna have to define this event as game object and bool. So in playable entity, focus game object, that should be it. We want to send this one in as well. Okay. So if it has changed, so if we have a new focus game object, then I want to recalculate all of these. So if it has changed, we recalculate the interactable information. So interaction information dot set text. But also every time we focus something, we want to do interaction information dot set we have set position or something like that. Update transform. Okay. Smooth brain gang. Okay. Update transform world position. Why don't I seem to have... Okay, private void. Where do we call this one? Show text world position. No. Show is just going to be set active. Set text is going to have to be... It's a problem of this one being called after this one. Like, the update transform here is based on the text size, but today on stream I too suffered from severe code bug infestation. Yeah, that doesn't sound too good. It's the laugh of the programmer. So probably gonna do something like show text string world position. We just do this one as show. And what do we have? Set text, update transform. We're gonna do a public void set text and transform maybe. Although set text and update transform. And for now I'm gonna display this one on the focused game object. So focused game object dot transform dot position. Okay, so hopefully we will get something that is shown here. Jira is not fun. Isn't that like... Why do I always forget? The #1 project management tool. That's... I always seem to get... I always seem to get commercials for it. Or like ads for it. Or... am I getting ads for something else that's referring to Jira? Maybe. Monday, or whatever it's called. Jira isn't supposed to be fun, but it's very useful. Project management can be fun, can it not? Okay, let's see if this works. Do we have... Character 1 prefab, playable entity. Character 01 prefab interaction, information, visual information. Although it's... Oh, yeah. Let's see. We also need to do... The Sabbath Jira is incredibly helpful if you work in a team. At least I personally find it super useful. I can't talk specifically for Jira, but similar tools. I've found similar tools to be extremely useful, so yeah. Interaction times, consume, collect. It's not located in a very good place. And here we have... Okay. I wonder where it disappears to here. Position minus 500 in the X and Z. Oh, that's because... Okay, so when hovering above the terrain, it's... it shows this interaction information, but somewhere... yeah, so what could... Let's see. Okay, so that's one issue I want to solve. And then also exactly where do I want to put this one? So if we have information on top right now, so this is just during development, we might put this one on top but to the right. Maybe. Information display, what do we do here? Show, set text, update, transform, information string, world position, transform position, plus bounds. Bounds. Smack my peach, what's up? How are you doing today? Is the game done? Almost. We're almost at a shippable product. Krawia, I'm working on my own project so I don't have time to watch the stream much, but every day I pop into your stream to give it a thumbs up at least. Dude, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Happy coding to you too, and good luck with your project as well. I'm thinking of just information displayer. What a worse, like, information displayer component. Do I ever want to display some information that isn't bound to an entity? So entities, anything that isn't static in my game world, basically. Because might just add this functionality to entity and be done with it. Bounds, colliders, yeah. Possibly merge functionality with entity. Because then I also want to work with focused game object, focused game entity. You might want to make it abstract enough to display any info, like any list plus an item renderer. Yes, it's probably going to converge to something like that, but we'll see. Right now it just yeah. So right now it just gets components that are information providers and just displays that information in whichever way the information provider wants it to be displayed. Ooh. Actually, could do what the fuck, this one doesn't need its own interaction information. We're just gonna smack it into whatever object we're focusing information. Have you considered Unity's UI toolkit? Is that the new UI toolkit? I haven't really looked into it just yet. Pretty early for user interface stuff right now, but maybe. It feels like I'm like considering everything all the time. I'm considering everything all the time, forever and ever. The new Unity UI toolkit mimics web dev to a certain degree. Ah. Ooh. I have fond memories of HTML and CSS, so might want to look into that one. Because I just remember the old UI, Unity UI system was... it wasn't that bad to work with, but it wasn't that good either. So check out... Let's add it to the to-do list. Appreciate the lurk, Cypher. Yeah, the old Unity UI system is bearable. That's a good word to describe it. So Unity's UI toolkit. Okay, check out Unity UI toolkit. New UI system. Okay, but so I wonder if maybe focused game object, I might be able to do something like so playable entity. We do want to get our interaction string, but basically want to do set text. I want to append text as well. Let's see. Input handler, information displayer. Ah, that's not the one. Visual information. Set text, public void append text. D-Sabbath, UI toolkit doesn't yet work in world space. It's still in works. Damn. If that's true, then I want to hold off a bit. Would be neat if Unity did like Valve did with Panorama. Just let the developers build the UI with HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Yeah, like rely on a already established standard, quote unquote standard. Let's see here. I just want to say Panorama. React for us, Panorama. HTML5. Okay, that's pretty cool, and that explains the yes, exactly. This one, I was about to say that this one explains the injection you could see in Counter-Strike a little bit, I suppose. Yeah, that's pretty nice. So yeah, if you had an HTML link as username, you could get, like, you could link to an image and it would be displayed when you like wanted to vote kick someone or something like that. But okay, yeah, this is pretty cool. But like, it sounds like the new UI or the new Unity UI toolkit is something similar to this. Yeah, they were pretty quick with patching that one. Yeah, injections are not good. Okay, append text. So what I want to do here is I don't care about that. I don't care about this. But what I do care about is focused. Let's see, focused game object dot get component information displayer dot append it's private. So when something is private, I just like to make it not private. Get private set. Dot visual information dot information displayer. Fuck it. Append text interaction string. Might want to do a new line first of all as well. Pretty ugly, but whatever. The problem now though is when we don't focus this one anymore, we don't remove this, but it should be okay, I think. Just with the current implementation, that is, but so like hovering over an item and seeing its stats won't be possible later on in the game. Okay, why don't we see? That's unfortunate. If focus game object changed, interaction string, we build this one. Get component, don't we information displayer? Information display, we do get visual information. Append text. Do we do append text and then set text gets called? If so, that sucks. That's probably what's happening though. But focused game object. Yeah, we don't want to display this here anyway. So information displayer. Let's do. Bum. New focused game object. So let's just do because the focus of like showing information for an object, it's pretty much relatable to the playable entity. It's the playable entity that focuses on an object. So even though this UI implementation and functionality is temporary, still want to handle it in here. So it would look something like if the focused game object changed, smack my page. No, unfortunately I didn't have time to do it. Definitely do need to do it though. Input handler, does this one even need to... Do we even need to... I think if you will visualize it, you will save time in the long run. Yeah. So That's definitely true. I don't reject that. But it feels like I can either sit by the table and like plan it out all in detail, the implementation, and then go to implementing it. Or I can do this semi-good hybrid approach where it's this dynamic thing, which I do enjoy more. But yeah, visualize it with the diagram is definitely, yeah, it's definitely gonna save me time in the long run. Yeah, this one focus, yeah, handle somewhere else. Beautiful. Yeah, we're gonna handle it somewhere else. Hit rigid body game object, focus game object. I don't care about this for now. Focus event is back to a single argument. That's nice. Focus game object. Might as well just the way I want to do it is probably okay, so this solved a few things. First of all, the handle somewhere else, and second of all, we now invoke it when we go, like when we don't focus anything, basically. So it's pretty much invoked all the time, and then it's up for the objects in question to handle the focusing. And for now it's just going to be the player entity, or animate entity is actually going to have a game object, focused game object, and focus game object. animate entity. I'm just thinking here. Will it care about is if focused game object changed or not? The same way playable entity will. This. Okay, so this is how it's going to be done. Animate entity is going to have focus game object, and it's going to care about if it's changed or not. And it's going to do focus game object. I'm thinking about doing something like this. If new focused if new focused game object, or actually if is not equal to new, then we have a change here. So, and then I'm thinking about doing protected change focused game object. And this one is basically just gonna do, I don't know how pretty this is actually, but focused game object is equal to new focused game object. I don't think this one don't really care. So animate entity focused game object here, it's like it's gonna do basic stuff like focusing, like moving eyes, animating eyes to focused object. That's for this one. Change focused game object. Oh yeah. So it's just going to assign it. Playable entity, however, is going to do a lot of different things. Do I need... Focus game object, we do base first of all, and then we also do public, or actually protected override This is what we want to do. Focused game object dot get component information displayer hide. The flow here is a little bit back and forth, but and okay, so focus game object change, that's here. So I want to do all of this basically. Maybe. Okay, that's not good. Animate entity 30, playable 23. Okay, so it's the null handle. Animate entity 30. Oh yeah. Okay. And it's this one. If, yeah. That's actually not true anymore. And don't need this one anymore. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Focus game object. Yeah. So I think the problem is visual information show. Furkout, hey yo, how are you doing today? So we do have a lot of visual information. If we don't get that's weird. Yeah, same here. Playable entity, focus game object is getting called. Ooh. If focused game object. Yeah. Otherwise we want to show it, I think. Thank you for a count. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's just some of the parameters in the animator needs to be tuned a little better. But the animation itself is pretty nice, I think. Okay, focus game object. This is a mess right now. I think the problem is this one. Or I'm pretty sure at least. Maybe not. might have been a little bit too quick with removing the debug here. Focused game object, change focus game object. Just put it like, yeah, we just put it like this. We don't have Unlurk, welcome back, welcome back. Okay, so this one never gets called. Changed focus game object. That's weird. Focus game object. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, focus event invoke. Let's see if we can if we get an invoke here. Invoked. Then we call base focus game object, and that's this one. We check if focused is equal. If this one is not equal to this one, then change focused game object. So this one, but first this should work. I don't really see why it wouldn't. Invoked. Okay, so we do get to this one, but we never get to this one. That's the problem. Playable entity. Do we have focused game object? None. This one never gets set. If focus game object is not equal to new focused game object, can I compare null like this? Should probably be able to do it. What's up, Yugi? Sometimes I can enjoy fixing bugs, that's for sure. Or let me put it this way: fixing bugs is always fun. Debugging can sometimes be fun. Hide changed. So do I have a problem here with this one not being called? Because that would suck. What's up, Animatic Battle? How are you doing today? Not when there's someone else's bugs. Also true. Okay. Invoke hit game object. Thank you, Animatic Battle. Appreciate it. Hit game object. Is this one always null? That's what I want to check. I don't want to debug log anything like this. Let's just log new focused game object. Null as well. Okay. So we just send this one as null all the time. If hit game object. Why? Fuck, how tired am I? Focus event invoke hit game object. Hit rigid body game object. What? Bouquet. Okay, that's a pretty name. Oh, yeah. What the there we go. My bad. So pretty much just ignored whatever new focused object we got. Okay. Interaction types pickup. Yeah, we have this problem, but I'm okay with that. Interaction types consume collect. Okay, the problems exists for the character but not for anything else. It seems. Okay, it exists here as well. Yeah, so it's just a problem of updating the position. Interaction types pickup. Consume collect. Yeah. Okay, before I fix, so I want to update this each frame even though we don't have a change in focused object, but before I do that I have to run and grab something quick to eat and also start the washing machine. So be right back. 5 to 10 minutes, 10 tops, that's the aim at least. So be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see. Interaction types pick up. Yes, someone should be able to pick this one up, but okay, so I want to fix the position not updating. And actually, age 109, 16. Okay, so it doesn't update each frame anymore. And that's something that should be taken care of here. Thank you, Bouquet. Appreciate it. So it's pretty much just a problem of this additional text here. Information providers. The way we're gonna do this is entity. Information provider. Information provider. I mean, one approach could be to just make this one an information provider. But no. It would be pretty nice to have something like information providers .to list, and then we don't need this one. Okay, that's pretty nice and modular. So by default it just gets the I information providers from components of children's, from the components on its game object and on the children. But now the options to add and remove information providers are also there. So I'm thinking of interactable in interactables, interaction, no, animate entity. Yeah, maybe. Although we're just going to return name as the most simple one. Animate entities is going to override this one. I don't think this one needs... But actually now when I think about it, let's see. This is probably... This still holds true. I think the entity should return this, but I don't care about override. Oh fuck, smack my peach. Thank you for the note. Okay, probably gonna have to rename that one. Let's see. I had the same issue with attributes. Let's keep it like that. All the best names are always taken. Probably gonna have to add name spacing eventually anyway. Yeah. I would love to mono behavior. Does this one actually have visual information needs to be it, but information displayer? Awake on destroy. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. Let's see. Visual information. Information provided does not have to be mono behavior. That's nice. I could just create a simple container class for information providers. Okay, it's okay. You don't have to roleplay as different characters. Appreciate the offer though. Yeah, that's the way I'm gonna do it. So pretty much user interface. Static information provider, but I'm gonna name it information provider static. I wonder if I can do it as struct. That would be nice. Go to definition F12. Is that so? Get information. Yeah, I could use code gen as well, that's true. Get information string. Okay, so that's nice. If I just want my information displayers to display some static string, I can use this one. So player entity, when we want to add something here, we want to add this one. Then I should be able to do no. Instead of a provider static, creating a new, deleting old. Okay, coding is a magical thing, you know. Are you role playing? But on a serious note, I do agree. Okay, so I have two ways forward here. either keep this as static as a struct, so we delete and create new for every new object, or information provider static, information provider container, I don't know. It might be better to not have it static, so let's redo it. Information provider simple. Maybe I should have done. And I'm gonna make this into a class actually. We have this, and then get information. So instead of a visual information here, getting close to 4 hours indeed, Bouquet, but I probably have time for 5 hours today. I think. Interaction, information. So basically what I want to do here is interaction information. One sec. Okay. If we change focused game object here, I want to do we do get component information displayer hide, but also let's see here, previous focused game object information displayer. Yeah. I don't know about that name, but I want to hide it. Previous dot hide that's the second thing we're gonna do. The first thing is to private, that's not good. Dot remove information provider, interaction information. And before we show it here, want to do, yeah, want to do focused game object dot get component twice, information displayer, new yeah, we don't know to check. Add information provider, interaction information. And show. Okay. Then in focus game object here, I want to do base focus game object. Wonder how many views this might get. I'd say 300 to 400. Yeah, that sounds like a sober assessment. Depends. In a couple of months, maybe. Show here, I'm thinking of yeah, we're gonna wait with that one and just do it here. So we might as well do might want to cache this later on, but not for now. Diligence, humility, clean coder, thank you, appreciate it. Don't know how true it is though, but I appreciate it. Okay, character 01 prefab, that's added from entity. We don't have any. Okay, this is not good. We have title here, but not here. It updates accordingly now, though. That's nice. It is true, you inspired me to work rework my game system to be more modular. Oh, that's nice. That's like the least, or like that's what I'm hoping to do. Like, to inspire people is a nice feeling, you know. But why won't this work? Let's see. Focus game object, get component, information display, add information provider. Ooh. Maybe because we never set this one. So information interaction information dot set information is equal to interaction string. So we set the string to this one, and then we do add information provider to information displayer. And this one is pretty static, so it will never change, or it will only change when we focus something new. I don't think I need this one anymore. Okay, let's see. Character 01 prefab, age, energy, so on. Interaction types pickup, and then we have some attributes. We have interaction types consume and collect. Collect? I'm not sure about the collect one. Let's see. Cherry. Which one is item instance? Oh yeah, never mind. That's how it should be. I do want to add an entity component to this one as well, so we can pick it up as well. I fucking try it. But we also need to bind the actions in question. But this is nice. This is nice. I love this information box, like appearing way back. Like this. Fuck, with this new system, this visual information can... So right now every object spawns its visual information spawns its visual information box, and then we just hide or show it, which is quite ugly, to be honest. I wonder if I can easily clean that up. So instead of information displayer, I think it can be very easily cleaned up. Information displayer. Like now, so previously the visual information was implemented in such a way that we could show all these information boxes at the same time, and that's not really the case anymore. But I might want to keep it like that until, like I might want to keep it like that during development. Okay, let's see. Attribute handler, get information string, information string. Just wanted to clean it up a little bit like that. And then I also want to add the entity component to my fruits. So, entity, the all encapsulating, like the most basic component that pretty much just says that this object is an entity in this game world. So this one can in some way be interacted with. Basically, attribute handler. This object has attributes. Item instance. This object can be collected and exist within an inventory. Basically, this object can be consumed. And then we just have some functional component. Character 01 prefab attributes, interaction types. Although I wonder, would love a new line after the item consumable. Cherry prefab. Pick up, consume, collect. Pick up, consume, collect. That's nice. Maybe there was a reason it might be able to work. It most definitely will be able to work. Okay, this is nice. Entity, get information. Do I? Okay, so we return game object dot name plus system environment new line. Although this one doesn't seem to be added. Aggregate. trim, but I don't see how that one would remove. It's not like the string begins with an empty space and ends with an empty space, but fuck it. Doesn't matter that much. Okay, so the fruits now has entities, or they now have entities attached to them, which means that they are interactable, more specifically pickable. So when something is being hovered, we show a set of possible interactions. Now I just want to map them to primary action, secondary action, and tertiary action. But I'm thinking of doing, let's see here, we're actually focus event, primary event. Oh yeah, that's one we're not using anymore. So what I'm thinking about doing is, let's see, okay, I definitely want to define these like this. But we're also gonna add a primary movement event instead of unity event interactable here. Definitely don't want that, so I can remove this one. Input event vector 2. I'm just gonna do primary event public unity event array actions, or primary movement event interaction events, I think. We will name it like that for now. Private set. Interaction events need to instantiate events. Primary movement event. So it's going to be something like Okay, let's do a mapping like this for now. It might be a little bit dirty once again, but so interaction event is equal to new Unity event yeah, I have no idea what you're doing, Bouquet, but seems interesting. Interaction events, new Unity event, just 3 events. To be honest, this is getting rather messy. Elaborate, Smack My Peach. I'm interested. Let me know. Interaction events. Like, I do agree with you a tiny bit, Smack My Peach. Definitely. So I'm always interested in outside input. So please do. So this is basically interaction events. Now let's see. Looks ugly, but they are going to map to these 3, and we're going to use this array when we want to assign in playable entity later on. But let's see. Interaction events. Primary action enable, secondary action enable, tertiary action. Invoke numbered event. We're not going to do this one anymore. Instead, we're going to do interaction events 0.invoke. Can I do it like, oh yeah, we need context. We don't care about context. So it's basically when this one is invoked or performed, invoke interaction event 0, and so on and so on. And in playable entity down here, when we get interactions here, we sort them based on priority, and then we show the information for them. Let's pull the information related stuff together. So in here, for let's see here. Int number of possible action or interactions, maybe. Do we have something like that? Ah, beautiful. Math float, I suppose. Min interactables dot length. So the number of interactions the object gives us, or input handler dot interaction events dot length. So number of possible interactions we can do are bound by number of interaction events we have in input handler. So how many events does our input support, how many different events, and the length of the actual interactables. And we will always take the minimum here. So if an object returns more interactions than we can support thanks to the input handler, we will only show this amount, and so on. And then I want to do for this is so input handler dependent, so I might just go ahead and do let's see here. Because there needs to be some form of communication between the input handler and this one, unfortunately. Pretty much what I want to do here is bind, or I want to add listeners to these events. And it's probably going to be interact. Yeah, it's messy. So it's gonna look something like this. Input handler dot handler interaction events I dot add listener base.interact interactables I. Jesus. So we get the number of interactions, sort them by priority, and then we assign them to interaction events in input handler. So after this, if we click the number 1 priority interaction event, the first interactable will happen. Yeah. I mean, let's see if it works. Hopefully. Yeah, let's see if it works. Hopefully it can be so prettified later down the road. Hopefully. Yeah, let's see if it works. One last thing. Input handler. Private. Okay, so only private functions. Public void clear interaction events. Suits for each. Bouquet from Animatic Battle. Are there any mods on your stream? Yeah, me. Please don't try me. Clear interaction events, interaction event dot remove all listeners. So this sucks kind of, because this one implies that if we have more than one object that alters or depends on these, like this implies that we only have a singular object like that, because this is pretty much pseudo behavior. But yeah, clear interaction events, and that's what we are going to do every time change focused game object. So when we hide the information, let's see here we add listeners, then we show information. So let's start by clear interaction events. Oof. Base interact. What do we have? Consumable entity. Interactable. Let's see here. Body definition. Interact. Let's see. debug.log actually debug.log consumable dot name and debug.log pick up entity.name. Yeah, let's see if it works. Bouquet, let me think about that one. How would it look if I had some mod that was role-playing in the chat, right? Pick up, consume, collect. So what do I want to try? I want to try 1, 2, 3, I think it is. Let's see here. Input handler. Actions. So primary, secondary, tertiary. Tertiary. Okay. So 1, 2, or 3. So okay. And these should, like, if we take the apple pair, for instance, here we can see interaction types are pick up, consume, collect. So pick up on 1, consume on 2, collect on 3, or that's the idea. Okay. Do get some errors. Maybe I should remove this debug first of all. So if I click, okay, let's take this one. I'm worried about this one, 23. Okay, need to add a question mark there, but anyway, that one is not important. Let's see what happens if we focus this one and I click 2. Okay, index was outside of array, playable entity 43. Okay, so it's this one. Do we actually get an error here for index out of bounds? Input handler 107. So we jump from here. Interaction events, invoke. And that works. It maps to the correct one. So playable entry 43. So it's this one that is too small, I think. This one that is outside of the bounds. That is weird. this one nor this one should be able to go outside of the bounds. But focused game object. Okay. Oh yeah, of course we want to bug log it since it's after. Index out of range exception. Yeah, I don't care about. So this one is a little bit weird. It's like clear interaction events. Find this now let's see. Something must be causing it. I just need to get to the bottom of it. Three and 3. That's not good at all. So why is I 3? Oh yeah. Or yeah. I'm starting to become a little bit tired, so it's an easy, like, math min. We have a number of interactables and length, but we want to do number of possible interactions -1, right? So 0, 1, 2, but not 3. Yeah, let's try it. Three, 2. We don't get a consume print, but And if I do 1, 2, okay, so it doesn't really matter what I click, we get the same prints. Plus I. Base.interact can perform interaction. Instantiate list for interactions type pick up and consume, so they should work. But we're really not getting anything here. So basically, playable entity add listen. Oh yeah, let's see. So we know that this anonymous function here actually got triggered by clicking the buttons, although this call wasn't made. Or actually base interact, so this one can perform interaction, interactable interaction type. It might be, let's see. Yeah, okay, we do have, let's see here, item consumable cherry prefab collect. Yeah, it's like it does collect for all of them, and we can't do collect. So it's like playable entity. When we do base interact interactables I here, this I doesn't seem to, it's pretty much stuck at 2 at all times. So the question is, Include loop variable in anonymous function C#. Is it possible? I is shared between all of them. By the time the function execution will be called like... Yeah, exactly. That's what's happening right now. To avoid this, create a locally scoped variable. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. So this should probably be fixed by just doing and I want to use it on both places as well. Okay. Pick up, consumable, collect. So right now all interaction types are shown, although all of them can't be done by our character right now. But so if I click consume, item, consumable, cherry, prefab, consume, and consume. Yeah, so that works. And then if I click one, pick up, and what happened in pickup is that the item in question, body definition, pickup, we just disable physics for it and we reset the transform. So then I should be able to do yeah, that's nice. Although, so what I would like to do more in pickup here is I would like to set it to a body part type as well. So something like body part type. So let's do body parts dot get value or default body part type right, or let's see, hand right dot transform entity dot transform set parent. Right. So I should be able to pick this one up now with 1, and sort of works. Sort of works. I wonder. Game. Scene. Where do we have you? Yeah, so it's actually set. But to the correct bone. But it has... Oh, yeah. I know. Ooh, do we want to rotate this? And R. But yeah, okay, so before we reset position, rotation, and scale, we want to set the parent before we do those things, right? So, just quit. It's gonna look quite ugly, but whatever. Enable physics false entity transform. This is probably gonna be put into entity. We will see. So pick up, still not entirely correct. So what is up? Oh yeah. Pair prefab has extremely weird positions and rotations by default, so this will be the initial ones. Yeah, let's go with 1 there. I think this... So we will rely on reset transform instead for now, instead of reset to initial. Fuck. Still got this weird... This shouldn't work anymore, so why is it use gravity? So what if I would do like set parent happens now? Oi, oops, I mean. Okay, so now we pick it up and okay, it works nice with this parent. So is it because it's a hand R is a So is it because hand R is... Ooh. Is it because of the scale? I don't get it. This should just be a simple transform. Although the scale might screw it up a bit. Okay. Let's see if it's something with the rigid body. Where do we have collider? Let's remove this one. Let's remove this one. Okay, so it's definitely something with the rigid body, I'm pretty sure. I'd love to be able to throw these away as well. But okay, so the rigid body enable physics needs to be more is needed here. Need to do additional setup for a correct transformation. Okay, but that is going to be the first task, or tomorrow's first task, because now my time is unfortunately up and I have to move on. So this will be it for today. We'll be back tomorrow, however, same time. Hopefully I will see you there. And apart from that, I just want to say thank you so much for watching, everybody, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.